welcome back, guys. Yeah, I got held up on my shipper and ended up doing a whole 8-hour sleeper berth period while waiting. We get this online for you guys. Okay, I think we got like one more minute. Another minute before I get my clock back. I'm moving promptly because I have a 0100 appointment. Let's see. It's 14:30 there now. Expected to probably take at least 9 hours. It's about 550-mile trip. Up. Yeah, alright, now I got my clock. I've got pressure, good pressures. Okay, I guess I'll probably run this part of the stream from here in Henrietta to maybe San Jon, New Mexico. I'll put live on there too. See how that goes for getting people interested. Okay, so alright, only 14 views on the fixing the bad backing setup, detailed explanation for now. And I got 46 so far on my other one. Let's see, I think I've looked at all of them. Okay, yeah, I've seen all those. Okay. Alright, now my battery's really low, so I'm gonna try to let it cool off some. I'm trying to compile video as well while I'm doing it. So it's not helping my situation. I don't know what it is with these red vines. Every time I buy these bags, they get all munched and like torn up, and to the point where I don't even want to touch them because they're just all shredded and cut in pieces and whatever else. Every time. Alright, put some air into my trailer. See how long it takes to air up. I'm going to have to go back there also and check for audible leaks and all that. Maybe even do a DOT brake check, maybe like applied pressure and all that. Reset this one. I ran 313 miles non-stop, basically from center to here, early this morning. And late last night, early this morning, whatever. Started to get a little bit tired. I'm like, I'm close enough where I can run it. I gotta do a 10-hour break. I gotta do a 10-hour break somewhere along the way anyway. There was no way I was gonna make it to the customer, so I figured I'd just go ahead and stop here. I was getting tired anyway, and do my 10 here, and I can still run it in from here to the customer on this shift. And I'll be starting a 34-hour reset as soon as they get done here. Yeah, it's still little slow to air up for me. Check. So it's taking that long. The air is venting overboard somehow. I want to figure out why. Make sure I got it. I think this is all I want to throw in the trash. I don't know if there's a trash can back here. I know there's one over there by the Catskill behind me. I don't know there's enough room here for... No. There's no trash here, so I'll put it in the Catskill first. Okay, I'm not hearing any sounds anywhere consistent with losing air. So the air velocity must be... It might be associated with when I set the parking brake, the valve might be venting, like not completely venting properly. Now it's where it keeps letting air leak out through the brake system. So, I mean, it could be a tire leak. Yeah, like a minute one or something. Ow. And I've already been, let me sure that valve was open. Yeah, it's open. I'll have to check when I'm on my 30-minute break. What's up, Cody? Taking a trailer. Audible anywhere, so it's either associated with my trailer brake valve. Then again, I know my red glad hand on this, when it's hooked to this particular trailer, it is having a tendency to leak when I'm driving. I don't remember if I had the... Yeah, I think I had both valves pulled when I parked, as I tend to do, because that's one of the ways I help get an idea of what's going on with the trailer as far as the air is concerned. I get pretty good ideas if I got any leaks that I want to investigate when I do that. So it's about when if the valve's not supplying any air, the trailer's not. Oh, double check. Yeah, we're good. Just wanted to double check nobody was playing with, nobody played with my fifth wheel or anything like that. Okay, so yeah, one of two things will happen if there's any kind of a leak in the trailer, audible or otherwise. Get this plugged in. Okay, so one of them, either I'm gonna pick up an audible leak back there somewhere, and then I can, hey, what's going on here? Maybe an airbag leak. Yeah, at least I fix them. And I don't bitch about it either. You didn't see me bitching about it yesterday, did you? Bitch. So anyway, yeah. If there's an airbag leaking audibly, or the brake valve, or the pressure relief valve, whatever, or something, anything vents that's not supposed to be venting, then I can pick up on it. But also, that when I'm parked for 10 hours, if I go to push the red valve back in, and it takes that long to air up, then I know the air that's already in the system is getting drained out somehow. And that's another clue for a leak. So it's where it helps to do a DOT brake check, which I'll go ahead and do real quick. I gotta shut off the engine to do it. I'll show you. No, actually I don't. I got the parking brake, all the way, not the parking brake, service brake all the way in. There, that'll help. Alright, and then the 90s, looks like midnight, about 96 and 98-ish on my primary and secondary. So it shouldn't lose more than 4 pounds in 1 minute. Get kind of an idea here. It doesn't look like it's going to lose anything, so that's good. Yeah, this much time and I'm not seeing any movement at all. It's not even really worth worrying about here. I'm kind of doing an abbreviation of one. If it's going to lose at all, I'd already seen at least a little bit of movement out of it. So, comment I made on the one post. Which post? Oh, wait. Because there was that one guy, he posted on his own wall. I told him, quit complaining. Why do people always bitch about it? Stupid as shit. And, and then there's this other guy, who posted today, asked a question about refusing, turning down a load that he's already ran the deadhead miles to and he's already at, he's being held up by the shipper. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Just deal with it. Okay. This is why I say don't worry about it. Don't make up stupid shit to complain about just for the sake of complaining. Alright, I got held up last night. You guys know I was at the Tyson plant in Center, Texas last night. My load was not ready on time. In fact, I had a whole 8-hour sleeper berth in before it was ready. And I got the call not too long after I'd been in sleeper berth for 8 hours. I hadn't done a 10-hour break yet, but I'd done 8. And considering I'd only driven 140 or so miles before that, hey, I'll go ahead and get it moving. Set it up here, get it running here efficiently, and then, anyways, let me go off duty. I'm going to be burning my clock sitting here bullshitting. Anyway, I wanted to at least get it up here and past the Dallas-Fort Worth area as quickly as I can, and then up here in an area where I can easily get it from here to my customer in the next shift. Because, like I said, I'm going to have to do a 10-hour break anyway. Alright, so got delayed several hours. It happens there. Sometimes, it's beyond your control. Don't act like a spoiled little brat and throw a tantrum and bitch and bellyache just because you're not getting your little way. You're not a freaking 2-year-old. If you can't act like a damn adult, then stay out of the truck. That's my opinion on it. Alright, so look. I got detention pay. $70. That's for picking up this load. $70 just to sit there on my ass and sleep the whole time, or make my videos all out of my own habit and hobby or fun and whatever. I got paid $70 to sit there and do nothing. Why would I complain about that? And on top of that, my load is due at 1 in the morning in Los Lunas. Guess what? I will be there on time. I have about a midnight or so ETA. 11:30, midnight-ish ETA is what I believe I'm running. I don't need help getting it there. And on top of that, I'm out of hours. me get this turned around. So I got just under 9 hours left on my 70-hour clock. What do I get back? I get 3 hours back, and I might need a little bit of that to get to the receiver tonight. I don't know. Yeah, I might need just a slight bit of it. Okay, so then they had, our Texas planner offered me a load earlier today that was going from JBS and back to Texas. Time I delivered here, she got offered a load by JBS going from Cactus up to upstate New York and to Portland, Maine. It's like, normally I would have been, hey, yeah, give it to me. But then they have this problem. I don't have the hours to get to either Cactus or Amarillo. I need those 11:39 recaps tomorrow night to have any chance of getting there, and then I only get I get 7:55 and 5:54 back after that. Okay, but not really great. It's not going to help me with running hard, and it makes me a little more iffy on if I can get that load up to upstate New York on time. So I would have normally taken that load, but I had to turn it down because I just don't think I can't get it picked up. I don't have hours. So I said, if I can't get to either one of those locations by until the 24th, regardless, because I don't have hours to get there with, then I might as well just go ahead and do a 34-hour reset as soon as I get to Los Lunas. I can start at 34 in conjunction with my delivery, and then when I'm done, and just PC from there back over to Albuquerque, hang out there for a day and almost a half, whatever, and then on the following day I can get rolling. I don't need to complain. Just they say you have to sit and wait somehow, whether it's because your clock makes you wait or because the customer makes you wait. So what? I'm still getting miles. I'm still getting over 3,000 miles a week. I mean, people just find the stupidest shit to bitch and complain about. Relax. This is the way reefer freight works. Alright, let's get moving here. Because a little bit punctual here. I don't want to show up late because I'm sitting here chewing the fat, whatever, and sitting idle when I don't need to be. I can chew the fat while I'm driving. Yeah, Terry should not be buffering at all. I'm not, because normally I'll get some messages on my screen indicating that you guys are probably going to buffer or are buffering, and I've seen nothing of the sort so far. So it makes me wonder if maybe you got a slow connection on your side or something. Maybe someone else, other people can confirm. See Charles saying that he's not getting into buffering, so yeah, it's definitely suggested that it's not a problem with my connection to YouTube. I'm gonna go. My turn. I didn't know they turned this place into a pilot. Shit, I don't want to run over those straps. Next thing I know, they get caught up in my tires or something. We call that FOD damage at aircraft. Audio. I don't have my mic muted, so you gotta know what. Yeah, you're definitely having some issues over there, Terry. Yeah, it's warm in here. Okay, I'm northbound on 287 now from Henrietta, Texas, which is just a little bit southeast of Wichita Falls. And Wichita Falls, if you're up to Amarillo, then take 40 across from Amarillo to Albuquerque, and then this particular stream will just run into just barely into New Mexico. Then I'll stop for a 30-minute break in this stream, and then after the 30, I'll probably run another stream from San Jon or Russell's Truck Stop, Russell's Travel Center, over to the customer in Los Lunas, which is about 20 miles or so south of Albuquerque. So that's the plan for the day. Damn it. I'm forgetting the Febreze back there. I'm getting distracted, and I got the Febreze sitting right here next to me, but I don't want to Febreze the shit out of my bunk area since it's starting to stink back there. I don't know if it's from my needing to wash my linens and sheets and stuff, or something coming from my fridge. Yeah, I had some meat that I just tossed out today because it was going bad. So I'm thinking maybe that was the source of the smell, but it's hard to tell. Another option there, Terry, that sometimes works for me is rebooting the device. Because your RAM, the RAM module, whatever you're using, might be basically completely filled up with temporary storage stuff, variable data and stuff from the code. And rebooting the device will actually erase the RAM. And it'll allow your computer, your device to run faster. You may already know that, but I'm just saying that as a generalization here, because there are people on here who aren't so tech savvy and don't know that that's how it works. I got a little bit of coding education. Alright, James Ewing just got home from picking up kids from school. Hey Charles, how you doing? Alright, so where are you at now, Charles? You last I knew you were I can't remember if it was yesterday or today, you were going to be picking up in New Jersey, and I forget where you said you were taking that load. Almost some dumb reason I wanted to think Florida, but you guys don't do much in Florida unless you're in a dedicated fleet, so it's be hard to fathom you actually going to Florida with that load. noticed, you could tell when it was really busy down there and then when it was really slow. slow just by looking at the yard there, the terminal there in Laredo. Yeah, as I told him, November, December, whatever time I want to say that was when it was. There was a ton of bobtails in there. They were January, February, March, somewhere in that ballpark. Man, it got freaking busy as hell. They were like double and even triple stacking trailers there. You hardly saw any bobtails there at all, except for just people who were there on breaks. Versus, at the end of the calendar year, had a bunch of bobtails sitting there and talked to people, and I've been sitting here for 3 days. There's just no load, nothing that they can assign me. But that's where having a good DM can really pay off, because sometimes planners don't like loads. DM don't have a relationship with their screws over on that DM's fleet. They'll just say screw the DM, and we have the good loads to DMs we do like. So there's a whole dynamic there, and so sometimes, but them doing that can cause the driver to get mad at the planner, but it can also cause more often than not, it'll cause the driver to get mad at the DM or at the whole company and quit because they're not getting the miles they need or want. And a lot of times they don't realize if you're not getting the miles, hey, be switch to a different DM. Everybody else might otherwise be fine with them, and it's all right. Now the planner's the problem, not the DM. And from the driver's perspective, you can't see that. You don't know that. Everybody in the dispatch office or planning area, whatever, they understand that dynamic, but it's not something that drivers like to understand. I just picked up a new subscriber, Simon Cowett, something like that. I don't know if I pronounced that last name correctly. If you're on here watching, welcome. I know there's something on there. I'll wait until I get a safe spot around this pickup and horse trailer before I see what it was that was put up there. We're getting into Wichita Falls really fast here. Cody getting mad about buffering, I guess. Alright. Is this woman walking away from this SUV? Well, that's a smart way to do it. Kind of. I mean, put all the cones around the SUV, or the minivan, whatever, so there's at least some chance that you won't get hit by someone not paying attention. Yeah, Charles, you're absolutely right. Life's too short, and it's not worth being all pissy about and bitching and moaning about every damn thing in life that doesn't go your way. It's, and that's the problem with these utopian fantasies. Yeah, everybody has their own idea of what's a perfect world for them. But the world doesn't work that way. That's all bullshit fairy tale crap. If you want that kind of a life, go read a book. If you can't handle that, hey, welcome to reality. Deal with it. Grow some thicker skin and relax. Cody, you still getting unloaded there at Kroger? That's probably a stupid question. So, knowing how Kroger is, I'm pretty sure you're probably still in the dock door there, or maybe even waiting for him. Somebody I know here at our company, so we're usually governed at 68 pedal and 70 cruise. I was talking to another one of our drivers today on Messenger. It turned out he got his truck turned down to 63 when he got back to the yard because he got a speeding ticket for doing 60 in a 55 zone in New Mexico. So, yeah, he messaged me to give me a warning about it. Hey, be real careful in those construction zones because, yeah, you don't want to get your inhibitor turned down. I don't want to be even slower than Sierra England trucks. Just had a message in there, Charles. Actually, you guys are the same speed as a lot of other trucks now. Wichita Falls and northbound 287. Yeah, you know, and going on that too, Charles, a lot of people don't know that stress actually contributes to weight problems too. A lot of times people have weight problems and they'll make other excuses of like they have a thyroid problem or it's just plain and simple. They don't eat enough, or they eat too much, or they don't exercise enough. Really, it's not. There's a lot more to it. I mean, sometimes it's not so much eating too much. It might be eating the right amount, but all too much at one time, and your basal metabolic rate sits at a low level for too much time during the day, and people don't realize when you digest food, your basal metabolic rate will actually elevate to go through the digestion process. So, let's say you have, it's kind of an aside, but yeah, it was a good segue there that Charles brought up there, or maybe a reason to talk about, whatever. Yeah, you guys always know I'm all about education, information kind of stuff, learning something new or teaching something new, whatever I can. Alright, yeah, this is from my military experience too. Give me a second, because I'm busy worrying about whether this GMC Yukon's going to cut in front of me or not. Alright, and got a speed reduction here. Let me give it a few here, because yeah, I'm coming into the Wichita Falls area with more traffic and all that. We'll focus a little more on the traffic first and less talking and interacting until I get over on the other end of town where it's not so busy. I will say though, over here by the Flying J, I just passed by the left right now. There's a Flying J coming up off this next exit. A lot of times trucks end up finding themselves in the wrong lane. They need to be left, and they tend to stay right and find out the hard way at the last minute that their lane they're in is ending. it's exit only right here, but you don't get on the freeway if you're coming out of Flying J until you're gonna see these two vehicles getting on right here. They just got on from the same on-ramp that the Flying J traffic comes on at, or well, this pickup does. And then they've got this sign right here, right lane must exit. But yeah, how many people actually pay attention to that? You'd think they'd make different kind of lane stripes like they do in California and other states. You know, the more boxy, short-looking lane stripes instead of the standard ones. Those are always an indication that the lane's about to split off in a different direction. Or something like that, I don't know, but it still looks like something else. Alright, so I'm going to stay left here because, let's see, I think we got I-44 coming up, and need to stay left for that. This is kind of why the hopper drivers, the grain truck, whatever you want to call them, is where he's at too, I'm sure. Backed off a little bit because I know, like that. I don't want to be too close behind that truck when I know I need to stay left anyway and I can't move over. You know, some of these knuckleheads in the left lane are going to cut across. Exit to stay on 287 here. So I think I'm already past. Wait, I'm already, yeah. 44 is coming up, isn't it? It's gonna mix it. Yeah, I think 44 is right up here. Yeah, so I think it's over on the other side of Shepherd Air Force Base. Just like a quick little half-second look, I can pick up like 5 or 6 words in just a heartbeat, and then be back on the road. So I see more stuff there from James and Cody. I'll catch up on that when it's let's say a more safe and appropriate time to look at that. Back to 75. cables to each other on the bottom of that hose. That's kind of what it looked like to me. What's up, Roy? Exercise or activity level, that should be able to support you being a normal weight. But if you're a stress magnet, the stress alone will cause you to pick up weight. Because when you're stressed out, your body goes into survival mode, and your body will try to not use any more calories than it absolutely must use because it thinks that you're trying to survive, and you're in a fight or flight kind of situation. That's another good reason, and not to mention the stress level, what the other health problems that can create are, heart attacks, strokes, or whatever else. It just makes you just downright a pain in the ass to be around because nobody wants to deal with your shit. Football night in America. This, it was a NFL trailer going the other way. I want to go around this car, but the construction zone coming up. Decided that's probably not a good idea. Right lane closed. I see the pickup back there flashing the lights to let me and the truck behind me over. Oh, we got ourselves an accident here. I forgot to turn my dash cam back on or start the recording again. Hazmat spill looks like. I don't see any fire, but okay, he disconnected from his trailer. So it's either a fire that he put out really fast himself, perhaps, or a hazmat spill of some sort, I'm guessing, based on what they're doing there. Cow tongue, lengua. Tacos lengua? Lenguas or burrito lengua? I'm assuming it's some kind of Mexican dish if you're doing lengua. It's it's not unusual at all to have cow tongue in Mexican cuisine. Also pata, pig's feet. I sometimes have lengua tacos. Not very often. They're not my favorite, but I don't mind them either. Damn it! I'm getting a little tired of this car here and the green truck behind me. I kept thinking he was going to pass me, but nope. Alright. No, I'm going to go around. Just keep your speed like it is, car. Don't try to speed up on me now. Play that. That kind of looks funny there. A long-nosed tractor pulling a little R&L pup trailer, a single R&L pup trailer. That's a long-nosed day cab on top of it. How often do you see that? I mean, we see long-nosed tractors a lot, but A-cab long-nosed, yeah, not very common. it's going to be about a 200 or so mile trip. Actually, I think a little bit more than 200. 210, 220, whatever it is, from Henrietta up to I-40 in Amarillo. Oh, let me pronounce that the right way before my wife chastises me over that. Amarillo. And it'll be about an 80-mile trip from there over to Russell's Travel Center. Get 300 miles or so trip in all, to the point where I'm going to stop for my 30. That's where I presume I'll stop for my 30. Could run further, but I'm not a fan of stopping in Tucumcari if I don't need to, and Santa Rosa I might get there a little bit too late, or I'll have, I don't know, maybe it could have a little more difficulty finding parking, or might be a little, more on the tail end of my clock before I have to stop. I'd probably make it there, but factoring in these little slowdowns here on 287 for some of the towns I'm going to be going through. I can do 500 miles within an 8-hour span, but you can't really don't plan on being able to do something like that, and when 287's involved. Overcast. Help keep the temperature down some. 75 degrees locally. Alright, Iowa Park, Texas. That would be where I am now. Pretty warm up there. And here you were getting bombed by rain not too long, cold rain not too long ago. Weren't you like in the 50s with rain like a week or two ago? I'm earning 39 miles. See if I can get this green Volvo past me. He's running pretty much right at the same speed that I'm running overall. Let's see if, just kind of curious what he does if I encourage him to pass me. Alright, so next week it'll be getting cooler again, alright. Tomorrow, 66, I think you said high in Springfield. So definitely, alright, so I haven't looked at the weather forecast. I don't know if it's, I know we were supposed to get hotter later this week in Southern Cal. They were expecting it to cool off, I think, the early part of the week, and then heat back up the latter part of the week, if I remember right. the standard issue boots they always gave us sucked though. I'd always have foot problems, and I always had to have orthotics, so at least some kind of sole cushions that they also sell at exchanges to keep from having foot problems. Even then, I'd still have occasional problems that resemble gout, but were probably just as often plantar fasciitis. Yeah, and then on top of that, though, because of the kind of work I did, I had to have safety-toed shoes. Never really just say steel-toed because they aren't necessarily steel-toed. Some of them are, and some are composite. So I would just call them safety-toe. At least from the main camera for when I showed up at the Tyson plant yesterday. Those of you guys who were watching me live, I already got pretty good look at all of that earlier on at least through the live stream. But that's only one single view, and yeah, whereas I get both front and rear views plus the interior view from my other camera. I have not downloaded the data off the interior camera yet, but I will. A nice, gonna get a nice backing video out of it too. We're getting into a kind of a tight spot. Wouldn't really call it a tight area, but I made it a tighter lane to work with because I was trying to keep my tractor out of the mud as much as I could, or out of anything resembling mud. And I think I still got the footage from leaving there. So I do want to work on posting that kind of footage, especially for other drivers who maybe have not been to a particular customer before and they want to know how things work at that customer. Numerous times myself. Now he has more years of experience than I do, but I've been to that customer several times and he's never been there before. So he asked me if I had any insight into the place, like any info that might help him. And so I told him, yeah, you just park on the street on that cul-de-sac area, and then you're gonna have to park there and walk up to the guard check to check in anyway. And then I kind of told him what the other things to watch out for are. If I have actual video footage, like on a YouTube video that I can, have available, I can just following distance behind him, which is what I was going for. Truck stop that I shut down at this morning, that used to not be a pilot. It was something else. It was a Shell or whatever, or something, or no, can't remember 50-mile trip from Wichita Falls to Vernon, and I'm already about 20 or so in. So it's all.
It's like, yeah, you could get out, get out the station to
FM 1739 coming up. And like I said, truck stop up ahead, then, or no, is that the same one I'm thinking of? No, that's a different one. I think this is, it's like X, whatever, the name of this town here. I remember a lot of the town names, but sometimes I get them out of order, like what is where in relation to each other. Hello. Hey, how's it going? I'm good. I'm on my way to Los Lunas. Yeah, Los Lunas. How about you? Sam, you're picking up sand in Kermit? Hello? Sandboxes? Ah, okay. So, so how's everything going over there? Oh, nice. Good. Huh. What is- Well, so you do basically like some back and forth runs mostly, or? Oh, yeah, you're talking about, yeah, for oil industry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh, Hello? No, I'm here. Yeah, it clipped. It clipped when you said something when you were down, and then it stopped. Uh, yeah, I ran nights too. Picked up late last night in center. Well, it's actually I got there early in the afternoon or whatever. But yeah, I think 2 or so in the afternoon, 2:30 in the afternoon. But load wasn't ready until about 11 o'clock. So yeah, ended up getting a whole 8 hour sleeper berth there. It's all right, I got $70 worth of detention pay for it, and I'm still gonna make my delivery without needing help. Yeah, yeah, I'm still gonna make my what's up? They're on Dora Roberts Road. Okay, it'd be even funnier if you found a road called Dora Maldonado Road. All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, and then there's also that town in what was that Dora and was it Arkansas? Over there by Fort Smith. Uh, what's up? Yes and no. I it's it's what I have is in cash. The damn dog and his vet bills did a lot of damage to me, unfortunately. Yeah, more to that, but yeah, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'd be able to help myself without hurting myself this time around. But yeah, no, but normally, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, that's what he was telling me. I guess he was having heart palpitations or something, and then I guess when he was in the hospital or something, they told him they thought he had a like a mild or some kind of heart attack. Yeah. So, oh yeah, because that disqualified him at least temporarily, right? Yeah, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, and then also, and actually a combination of smoking and drinking combined can do a lot. Because I saw this all the time with people I was in the Air Force with. They would retire. And of course, with me being dual status, most people retired when they're between age 55 and 60, when they could retire on the civilian side too. And then I'd find out the guys who had a habit of being both smokers and drinkers combined usually never failed within about a year or so. I'd find out that they died from like either like a heart attack or something else. Yep. I mean, yeah, there are people who can live a long time with cigarette habit and be just fine, but I think Sean told me it kind of runs in his family that they have heart problems too, which makes them higher risk of those kind of problems. Yeah, yeah. I don't think he's drinking as much now. So I think, yeah, when I was talking to him, he was saying that he pretty much not even touching it. I think, and then yeah, it's really good. I mean, I'm no stranger to having a drink, but I always do it in moderation. You know. Yeah, for me, it was nearly getting alcohol poisoning about a week before I left active duty. That kind of taught me like, whoa, maybe I should back it off a little bit. And not to mention a friend of mine that I went to school with, he damn near died of alcohol poisoning while I was still active duty. And he was telling me about his experience with that. And he was getting hammered over at a friend's house, and then they went to the club in town, and then he's, of course, getting hammered there too. And tells his friend, "Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom." Goes in the restroom and then passes out. He did more than just passed out. Yeah, he quit breathing, and his body started turning blue and all that. And people coming in and out of the restroom, they saw it, and I guess they were, people didn't know CPR, so they were just basically massaging his body, trying to get any kind of, even the slightest bit of circulation into him, and until the paramedics and EMT showed up. You're not gonna cock block me, Freightliner. You're asking. Wait, I had to wait for this Kia. All right. Anyway, yeah, he said he woke up and the trauma center at the local hospital with, I quote you, a catheter up his cock and balls. And yeah, and he said that I guess his BAC was 0.41. It's like that's just nuts. I don't know. I don't know what mine got up to that night, but it was probably up there. In my case, I was at a friend's house, and I would have had like, I think, kind of casually drink like 2 or 3 beers or something like that, and then like I think 1 or 2 shots of a couple different schnapps drinks, and then we went over to the club, and I started having my one of my drinks of choice, Long Island iced tea, and yeah, yeah, those are pretty strong. About half the drink is alcohol. So, and I have one. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I have a second one. I'm still doing fine, but I'm getting a buzz. Or I have a third one. I'm buzzing more, and then I start on a fourth one, and yeah, I'll get about halfway through it, and then my friend, he's down on the dance floor with some women there, and he sees me from the dance floor like that. He can tell us that I'm not doing good. So he stops and comes back up and tells, "Hey, Scott, you need to go in the bathroom, go throw up." So, and like, I'm trying to like, how do you even realize that that I'm even having this problem? Or, in hindsight, how does he even know that I even need to do that? And and sure enough, like I'm having a hard time getting to the restroom, and it was like it's a one person type of restroom at that place we were at, and I go in there, and then of course, I'm not a short guy. I don't want to have to crouch all the way down to the toilet, like a lot of people will. And so I used the sink. And I throw up in there, whatever, a few times, and then right when and I didn't lock the door, so and guess who comes in? The bouncer. So, yeah, and so he goes, I think one of us needs to leave. And I just kind of, I just kind of nodded him, okay. So, and then and then I had to. I was staggering out the door. Yeah, I could see. Yeah, because I've never had a blackout before. I don't know how people have blackouts when they get drunk. I've never had. I've always been fully aware of everything that's gone on when I've been wasted. And so anyway, yeah, I even remember people like looking at me like, what the, God, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, get control of yourself or some kind of, those kind of looks. And I staggered my way out the door. My buddy helps. It's the passenger door open. And I sit down, and I'm like dry heaving, just constantly. And he goes back inside for a couple hours, and meanwhile, I'm like hanging out the passenger door, dry heaving the whole time. Waited long enough for me to stop dry heaving or something, and um, then I got in the. Then he got the rest of the way into the car, and then he started driving. And I crashed out on his couch. But yeah, the next morning, oh my God. Yeah, because I was literally dry heaving for that long, and when I woke up, my throat hurt so bad, and it hurt. Yeah, and and that's the worst case of piss drunk I've ever been in my life, and I don't ever want to get to that point. To this day I still drink, but I do it. It's never to the point of even being drunk. Yeah, yeah. All right, is this skateboard gonna come around, or I thought he was gonna pass? I thought he was gonna pass this oversize, and then he decides to go back over. I'm like, okay. I, Oh my god. Oh, so your APU must have the coolant, the type of coolant system that runs off the engine's coolant. Okay. Yeah. Whereas, of course, with us, we have self-contained coolant system. Oh no, I thought you were making a statement from like a conversation you had with somebody else. I said you were asking me that question. Halfway now, though. I'm at just over 60,000 left on it. Not long ago, it pushed my projected payoff date down to early June 2022. Yeah, I was previously projecting into like April or May prior to that, and then it. All right. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. It's always hard to tell who's running what hours, something because like with me, my shifts vary. Sometimes I'll run during the daytime, sometimes I'll run at night, and recently it's been at night. So, yeah, but, all right, yeah, yeah. As long as if you're mostly running nights, I'll keep you in mind when. Okay, we're in Vernon, Texas right now. No, it's not the same car I passed earlier, was it? It's got a baby on board, decal, and a triangle thing on it, diamond, whatever. Oh, definitely something different. Caught up with other people who tried to, who wanted to talk or whatever earlier. There's like at least a few people who called or wanted to talk. And as is customary, when I'm not moving my truck, I do not talk on the phone unless it's for short something to the point, like you need help with something or whatever situation. That way they would go here. Chit chat time, and I'll do that when I'm talking, not when I'm driving, because I'm not moving my truck. I'm too busy doing other stuff, whether it's sleeping or trying to edit videos or do other stuff that I'd rather have my attention on than talking. John back first. First the one. Good time to do this since looks like it's quiet on the channel. Nobody really chatting right now. I'm thinking these might be on the other line. Battery busy doing something else. Didn't answer. All right. Man, Icon, you must like some pain if you like standing in your box. Alright, check on you. John. Hello, wasabi. Nap? No, I actually got some good sleep earlier when I first shut down over there, like 5 or whatever it was in the morning. Yeah, I think it was 5:30 or something like that when I parked. Yeah, because I was able to go back on duty right around 15:30. Bam. Yeah, I got me some beauty sleep though. And I was busy with viewing and editing videos, trying to get caught up on Facebook crap and whatever else. That's why I don't usually talk when I'm not driving. It's a, uh, uh, basically Denton or no, oh yeah, going down almost toward Dallas. Uh, yeah, because I didn't want them camping out behind me. Uh, of course. We got plenty of California-based drivers like myself. I'm sure somebody maybe has home time and might want to do a quick little local load. Yeah, if they're home a little bit too early, that they can work. Oh yeah, if only I could even get there, because I'm gonna be down to this rate. I think it'd probably benefit me more to just go ahead and do a 34-hour reset. Can run hard. So yeah, then she gave me a list of different. Another one going to Wilmington. I'll go anywhere. She had another one going to Florida too, but like, when's the one in Wilmington? But then she said, oh, that's a live load. Picks up at like 1 in the afternoon or some shit like that, and tacked live load. Really? That's interesting. Like within the time that I would have to be there, like I can't do that. Even if, well, then yeah, yeah, because I wouldn't be able to get there until, well, no, then I can't remember what day it was. No, because I get good recaps back tomorrow night. I just only get 3 hours, 3:03 back tonight, and I'm gonna need like every last minute of what I have already on my clock to get to Los Lunas. Have I what? Cleburne? I have, but not with JCT. I've been there with Sierra England, yeah, so it's been a while. Somebody who was it? Somebody I know just went there, or somebody I just talked to, or something. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, because yeah, Cleburne, that's the one that's not too far south of Fort Worth, if I recall. By Weatherford? Huh. I thought it was off of yeah, off of I-35W also. Yeah, this building's seen better days. That was the bullshit that's going on there. I'm like, yeah, come at me, motherfuckers. I'll run your ass over. And I'll say, Reginald Denny, Reginald Denny. Uh, I don't, I don't think I've been to that one. I don't know. Well, there was somewhere I went to right there in the Portland area. I don't know, about a year and a half or so ago, but I don't remember where exactly it was. Or maybe I was just there at um, with the TA or whatever. What's that truck stop there? It's right there by downtown. Yeah, Jubit's. Yeah, I think that's the one, right? That's yeah, that's the one over by that military road or whatever it's called. Yeah, just a little bit on the east side of I-5, getting really close to the Columbia River. Yeah, that one. And they got yeah, and they got that truck wash there. Yeah, all right. Too what for you? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So and then they took those out, I assume. Uh, ah, let's see. So you're gonna, where are you gonna end up hanging out at when you get to California if they don't give you a chance to drop? Are you gonna sit and hang out with Jesse and Diane or somebody? And it delivers Saturday? Damn. So yeah, normally I'd be all over that. I just did that same 2 o'clock delivery the other day at that same location. It wasn't particularly busy either, but damn, that was probably the longest amount of time I've ever taken there, waiting for them to finish unloading and give me my bills. Yeah, maybe on some of them. That was it Betty or they're like, give me all the Central Cal and San Joaquin Valley and Bay Area loads you got, but I'm tired of Southern Cal. Give me some Modesto and Stockton and Sacramento and Oakland and stuff. Yeah, that's true. And then you got guys like me. Yeah, of course I'll never turn down a load going that way, but at the same time, yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I like the randomness of going to another part, anywhere in the country, not knowing where I'm going next. I was looking at the freight rates tables or map things, whatever, the other day, and I was talking to Andy, and I was noticing that reefer freight rates are highest in the western region and also in the north Midwest, whatever you want to call that region, the meat patch region, whatever you want to call it, and then like the south and the east are lower rates. So it tells me, yeah, most the hot spots are in the western U.S. and up in the north or the northern half, whatever. Hello? No? Where you at? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right in that spot. You're gonna probably lose signal then. Brilliant. They didn't want to stop in Tucumcari. Yeah, me and Eric Wildman always talk about how we don't like to stop there. And you know, the other day when I went there, because and I had to get what did I get worked on? A tire, a trailer tire, or something like that. Yeah, I had to get a tire. Something worked on. Yeah, I think it was a tire change. And I stopped there, and I almost went past the driveway that don't really want trucks going into, but trucks do sometimes go in and out that way anyway. Because I was going to opt for the other driveway where the truck parking lot is, the back truck lot is. And then I looked far enough down and realized, oh shit, that way's blocked. I'm going to have to go in and out this way. So yeah, I almost overshot it and would have had to go all the way down to the corner there at Route 66 and turn around. Yeah, or that lot right there at the corner where trucks always park. Yeah, could always got into that lot, get turned back around, and come back up or come back down 54 the right way. Yeah, what a pain. I got Quana. However the hell they pronounce it. Oh, I just lost it. Alright, Quana, Texas, or Kana, I don't know. Quanah. I'm coming up on that town right now. It's northbound US 287 in between, let's say, Fort Worth and Amarillo, in the most simple way. Or to be a little bit more precise, I am north of Vernon. Vernon being about 50 north of Wichita Falls. John just went into a dead area and lost the call. I'm trying to drop my speed, but I don't have my jig brakes on. Now I do, but I didn't at the time, so of course trying to use minimal service brakes. It's just, yeah, truck just doesn't want to slow down. Quanah Indians. Welcome to the home of the Fighting Indians. This is I think one of the towns that has the loves, if I remember right. Get them mixed up. I know there's loves in Memphis, I believe, and then I want to say Quanah is the other one. Yeah, it is this one, because I see the loves right there. Right up the street on the left side. I don't do running red lights. And you've been having issues with this. Hey, hello? I'm good. How you doing? On your way to Hayburn and Twin Falls. Okay. Let's see. Last I knew you were. Did you get all the way up to Oregon yet, or are you still working your way there? Holy shit. That's crazy, man. Just over a freaking ABS light? What the hell? Why the hell they keep saying go to Freightliner? Like Freightliner has shit to do with trailers. If your trailer brakes will not release, it's not a trailer brake problem. I mean, it's not a Freightliner problem. It's a trailer problem. More than likely, is there air coming out of your red airline? I mean, if you press your what I mean though is if you push your red valve in, does air try to go from the tractor to the trailer? Yeah, but then if the trailer brakes will not release, okay, so what happens is the trailer brakes when they are automatically set by spring-loaded pressure, and when you put pressure when you supply air to the trailer, and let's say you release the brake valve, or it is it puts air through that. There's a valve there that it goes through, and yeah, when it starts pushing air out to the system, and the air pressure that it does have will overcome the spring force, and that's what releases the trailer brakes. And then when you lose pressure, that's what causes the brakes to reset. So if the brakes are not releasing, even well intermittently, it sounds to me like there's either an air leak not allowing it to put enough pressure into the system to overcome that spring, or maybe there's a mechanical blockage of some sort that's uh, it may not be a leak, but it might be a blockage where the air can't get to the brakes. If that makes any sense. Then now on the back of the trailer, it shouldn't be a matter of beating on the drums because you got the. If you look at the back of the trailer, right behind the rear axle, okay, there's these little paddle looking things. Yeah, one on each side by by each tire. Okay, they go up a crank to a torque tube that goes across and connects the two to each other, and then there's a spring on there. That's what sets the brake. And when basically when you're supplying air to the trailer, it pushes that thing away, and that's what releases the brakes. Yeah, and if they did release, it might have just been a coincidence that they just happened to decide to release at the same time you were doing that. I mean, it's possible banging on them did help, but I would say just as likely that it was just a coincidence. Ouch. Yeah, get that thing delivered and then get it to a repair shop or something and say, hey, there's something wrong with this, fix it. Yeah, no, generally it's like I was telling you, if it's just intermittently flashing on your dash but not lighting up the side of the trailer, it's like I'm not stopping my load for that. Um, but now you have to go down Cabbage Pass, so you will have that concern because you said that your trailer didn't feels like it doesn't want to stop. Like it takes, yeah. Which once in a while I get a trailer like that as well. Yeah, and I always figured it was just brake adjustment problem or something. Who's calling me? Oh, Dora. I'll probably call her back in a bit. I don't know if it's important, she'll call me back. All right, Childress 9 miles, Memphis 39. Okay, but yeah, because you've been sitting under that load for that long, you can't make shit for money sitting there under a fucking load that keeps getting put in the shop every few hundred miles, every 100 miles, whatever the hell it is. It's like quit putting it in the shop, just get the damn thing delivered. Be extra cautious when you go down the passes like Cabbage. Have you ever been down Cabbage before? Okay. Yeah. Never want to rely on your service bridge. Okay, looks like Chloe needs help, so let me give you a call back and see what's up with that. Probably some kind of homework issues, so. All right, sure. All right, Dan, go ahead and call me back. I'm already starting to get irritated. I don't want to be on the phone all damn day. Got a cop bunch in the traffic area. Hello. How you doing? What kind of help do you need? Finding the area and a math question. Okay. Yeah, like I can do anything about it right now. Okay, yeah, it's too much randomness there. Okay, you said you have a U-shaped object, so it's kind of like three rectangles or something combined into one. Okay, and it's in a normal U shape where it goes down from the left and then across and then back up the right. Okay, now how long is the outer part? Okay, so from top to bottom on the long part of it, it's 12, and then the short part, the inside part is 10 from the top to bottom. Okay, so that means that it's 2 units thick at the bottom. Am I to assume that it's also 2 units thick on the sides? Uh, I don't know. That's because you put too much randomness at me. I'm like, what? What is? I need some organization about what I'm looking at visually in my head. Okay, okay. Hold on. So just going on the outer side only. You got 12 from top to bottom, and then what goes across the bottom? So it's 10 across from the outer side to the outer side, and then 12 back up, and then okay. And you said it's 8 from on the inner, basically the top part of the horizontal. Okay, then yeah, it would be about 1 unit wide on the verticals, and then 2 units wide on the horizontal. Okay, and you're trying to figure out area, right? Okay, okay. So there are different ways we can go about this. We can break this into 3 different rectangles. That's what I would think would be the easiest way to do it. So we got 1 unit wide by 12. Well, let's just say 10. So the two sides are only 10 square units. So that's 20 total. 10 square units on the left, 10 square units on the right. And then you got the horizontal part, which is 12 wide by 2. So that'd be 24. So add the 24 and the 20, that gives you 44 square units. So if you draw the top part of the horizontal, draw an imaginary line across the verticals that runs concurrently with the horizontal line at the top of the horizontal. And the vertical pieces of long. You understand? Okay, so you have the two horizontal lines, the bottom one and the top one. I don't want to hear I think so. I want to hear for sure that you have the right idea on what I'm saying. No, that's vertical. You have two sides that are 12 units total, right? Okay, yeah. The verticals are the ones that go from top to bottom. Horizontal goes left to right. You're taking it from a different way. You can do it that way, but it'll be easier if you just do it the way I'm explaining. Because what you're trying to do is work an entire area, like, and then cut and then subtract the whole that is not there. It's kind of like, what's the area of a donut? You're trying to make the area of a donut that still has the whole, as one whole piece, versus the area of a donut with the hole cut out of it. If you just think of it as you have three rectangle pieces put together, like say like Lego blocks or something, then just what's the area of each individual rectangle? No, you have the completely wrong idea here. Make this easy, not hard. Okay, draw a 3D U shape on a piece of paper. Okay, the upper horizontal line, because you told me it's like 12 from top to bottom on the outer, and then it is 10 from top to bottom on the inner, correct? Okay, so that means the thickness of the horizontal rectangle, if you will call it that, is 2 units. If you draw an imaginary line, like dashed lines going actually through the upright part of the shape on both sides, make it go through it at the same level as where the horizontal line on the top of the horizontal piece is at. Okay, have you done that? All right, so now you have dashed lines going across both verticals, right? Okay, you got 2 units, a thickness of 2 units from the top to bottom of that horizontal. You now rectangle is area space times height, or length times width, whatever. So 12 times 2, that's 24. Put a 24 inside that rectangle. Now, hang on, I'm coming up on a way station. I gotta double check. It's probably closed, but I want to double check. Yeah, I think it's closed. Yeah, I don't see anything going on there. I got a bypass signal anyway, so. Okay. So now you have your horizontal piece, you have 24 written inside it, right? Huh? What do you mean twice? No. Area of a rectangle is length times width. Wait, whoa, what other rectangle? My God. Okay, quit screwing this up and going and working on the wrong triangle. I cannot believe I'm having a conversation with you about which direction is vertical and which direction is horizontal either. Because it sounds to me like you're going vertical when I'm thinking horizontal. You're going from left to right with those lines, right? Okay, so there should only be one piece that goes from left to right, not two. So I don't know where you're getting this shit about two pieces, unless you're working on vertical pieces. I don't know. What are we working on now? Because I'm trying to make sure we're even on the same page, and I don't know that we're on the same page. Correct. Yeah, because you had 10 wide on the bottom line and then 8 wide on the top line, right? Okay, yeah, that's on those. I mean, on the lines before they turn into vertical. Correct. Yes, I know. So you were correct that the little horizontals at the top of each vertical are 1 unit each, and you have two of them. So yeah, we'll just look at one vertical at a time. So you have 1 unit wide times 10 units tall. That's an area of 10. And then the other vertical is going to be identical, also 10. So 10 plus 10 plus 24 is 44 square units. For the stream, James, I'm not past Memphis yet. I just got past Childress. I got about, what, 15 or so miles to go to Memphis. What? Did you find out if it was correct? Should be right around 100 miles out now from Amarillo. Oh, wonderful. Did you did you show her how we figured out the area on that shape? Okay. And Chloe, if you'd pay more attention in class instead of having your brain fixated on them damn YouTube videos and whatever else, you'd probably be able to figure these out on your own. But go ahead and fixate on the YouTube videos and make yourself a lot dumber than you really need to be. See where that gets you. Well, probably said every parent ever too, I'm sure. You should talk to Ebony about how often she used to have these same struggles with her boys a while back. I don't know if she still has that problem, man, but she's just one example, and I think everybody I know who has kids gripes about the same stuff. Well, like I said, she's not applying herself. She should be understanding this stuff. It's obvious to me she's not paying sufficient attention to what she's getting taught in class if she needs help with this kind of stuff. What? She's not getting taught that in class. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, people don't want to use the left side of the brain for anything. It's all right side. Nothing wrong with using the right side, but can't neglect the left side. So where are her notes? Because all my whole time in school, both in elementary all the way through high school and even in college, I remember always having to take notes on everything I got taught. And then when it came time to solve, we're doing homework or solving problems, especially like with math, your ass better be looking at the notes. Exactly, that's the problem. Doesn't take notes and has no reference to look at. Kind of, oh, this is how I do this or that. So I need to start writing. All right, Esteline 1 mile away, Memphis 15, and there's usually always see a cop sitting here watching traffic. So there's a little SUV behind me, probably getting pissy because there's a gray Freightliner almost kind of right next to my trailer, so blocking the SUV. But the Freightliner and I both know that there's always a cop hanging out here. Well, I don't see one today, but most of the time I come through here, there's one watching traffic here. She's just randomly picking answers. What's going on? Okay, it's not in the middle. Are we talking about like a scalene triangle shape or something on top of a square or rectangle? Okay. So the rectangle part, that should be easy to figure out. You have height and the width and the for the rectangle part, right? Okay, so that's 140, yeah. And then the triangle, what do you have again? 10 going which way? Okay, I'm I'm under the impression that there's a 7 that's part of that triangle as well. But I don't have enough information to work with. Is this a right triangle or just a regular, like a scalene type of triangle or So all of the sides are different, or do you have two sides that are the same? And so all three different lengths. Okay, and then I'm trying to remember the formula for those kind of triangles. Because for then what is it? Half times base times height or something like that, or okay. So from top to bottom, it's 7. I mean, from it's 10, right? And then across, it's 7. Across the triangle is 20. Oh, come on. I thought you said the 20 was for the rectangle. Okay, this is going to be one where I can't really help you without actually seeing what the hell you're talking about. It sounds like you have a triangle sitting on top of, like, over the top vertically, or not vertically, but positioned above a rectangle. But then, am I so it's supposed to look like a house, you said? But then you said the left diagonal part is not the same length as the right diagonal part. Yet I think I've only heard one number up there. Okay, yeah, it's an imaginary vertical line going from top to bottom, right? Okay, but it doesn't show whether the left and right slants on that are the same length or different. Correct. So then if the height of the triangle is 7, then, and it's half base times height, then the area would be 70 is what I'm understanding. Half base times height. Half of that's 70. No, rectangles do not have half base times height. Rectangle length times width. And you said the height of the triangle is 7, right? Oh my God. All right. So 20 times 10, that's 200. Cut that in half, that's 100. So 100 plus the 140, that's 240 units. I hope she's seeing and figuring out how this is done. Says it's Yeah, if she knows how to do this, yeah, she still needs your help figuring it. Again, why are we not taking notes and focusing on this stuff? I've never had a successful time in classes where I did not take notes. Yeah, and you should know even more than me. You have a higher education level and how important it is to take notes. Well, it's not about you. It's about why is Chloe not taking notes on stuff she's getting taught? That's a question I want you to ask her and tell her she better start taking them. Quit, don't get so frustrated, all right? I'm not. This isn't an inquest on you. It's an inquest on Chloe, and I'm not going to take the she's not NT as a bullshit excuse either. Damn, Raider Express. What Raider Express driving with his tandems all the way back? Okay, did she hear me saying all that? Okay, I want her on the phone. Okay, listen, if you know what you're doing, then why the hell are we helping you? And yeah, that happens. So, which is why I'm asking, where the hell are your notes? Why are you not taking notes? Okay, I have an associate degree. Mom has a master's degree. We've gone through many years of education. We always wrote down a lot of notes on every class we've ever done. So my question is, why are you not taking notes? Because you were never taught that that's an important part of education, or what? Okay, well from now on you're gonna take notes. It's gonna make you better at writing. You can write really quick. It doesn't have to be like verbatim kind of stuff. Just something that gets you the main point of what you're trying to do. Okay, but I want you to start writing notes down. That way you have a reference to work with when you're doing the homework. Okay, we're not going to keep relying on mom and dad to teach us. Now, I don't mind helping you with the stuff that I can, but say a lot of times I can't help you when you need the help. And you're not going to excessively burden mom when mom's already you got way too much on her plate. Okay. Which one? Is she doing the U shape now? Oh, yeah, like the one we did the other day. Okay. Yeah, where you take the area of the larger square and subtract the area of the smaller square. What? Okay, because the way you said that, it sounded like you said nope. I think if you get in the habit of saying correct or yes instead of yep, I would have fewer problems with misunderstanding what you're saying. Or even yep, if you were to say it slower, I'd probably still understand it. But the fact that you like, going through Memphis, Texas now, population about 2,300. Should be about, what is it, a little over an hour drive now, or roughly an hour drive from I-40 and Amarillo. 87 Amarillo itself, but that's to downtown Amarillo. Should be right in the ballpark of 80, I think 80 or so miles, 75, 80 miles to I-40. That's what we got. Linda on the chat now. How you doing, Linda? What's up? Did she figure out that problem? You don't remember how to do it? It's the just find the overall area of the large rectangle and subtract the area of the small triangle. I mean rectangle. Because it was a rectangle inside another rectangle, correct? Okay, and then the kind of the shaded area that's in between the two rectangles is what you're trying to figure out. Okay, then yeah, just figure out the area of the large triangle and subtract the area of the small triangle. I mean, why do I keep saying triangle? Okay, so what do we have for dimensions on the large rectangle? Okay, so Chloe. So what is the area of the larger rectangle? What's that? I'll give you a hint. 25 times 3. You have 3/4. What do they end up as? What? I'm wondering why the hell it's taking so damn long. Hey, okay, well, just like I said, what's 25 times 3? 25 plus 25 is 50, plus another 25 is 75, right? And then just add the 0. That's 750. See, if you know little tricks of the trade like this, you can make math a hell of a lot easier on yourself. Okay, so now you know the area of the larger rectangle. What dimensions do you have for the small rectangle? And I think I already know the correct answer on this one from the other day. It was like 480 or something like that. So let me guess. The area of the small rectangle is going to be like 270. Huh? Wait. Okay, this is the one that has that like little imaginary 6 and 5 in the corner. Okay. So 750 minus 480 is 270. What? It says it's wrong. How the hell is that wrong? You said it was 20 units by what? Okay, 24 by 20. Or did we get the numbers mixed up on the between the 5 and the 6? 'Cause 750 minus 480 should be 270. Then how you know should this with well there's your problem. Then you said it's 6 on the horizontal side on that little imaginary line, right? 6 is vertical and 5 is horizontal. Okay, so yeah, then that should be right. 24 by 20. That should be 480. Yeah, I'm not sure why it would be wrong. That should be correct. Somebody's buying peaches. Well, if we know what the correct answer is, we can figure out yeah, how to get to the correct answer. But I'm not buying that. That's not the right answer. Yeah, it says it's wrong, but the question is it really wrong? Say that again. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it is. Yeah, break it into 3 smaller rectangles. Come on, 4-wheelers, I want to get around this truck. Let's lollygag a little bit more. Definitely not equal. What do you mean? Okay, first things first. The long horizontal line at the top of the upside down U is 11, you said, right? Okay, now how wide is the bottom horizontal line on that same part of the U? Okay, so the area of the rectangle at the top part of the U, upside down U, whatever, would be 55, 11 times 5. No, two horizontal lines going through the verticals. The total width from the outer vertical to the outer vertical is 11, you said, right? Okay, and the height. Oh wait, no, it's. Oh, never mind. Yeah, yeah, I figured out what I did wrong there. Because the horizontal lines are 11 and 5 wide, correct? Okay, hold on. All right, so yeah, as we're trying to well to us at for this part, the 11 is, but how long are the inner verticals, and or at least one of them, and how long is the outer vertical on the same side? That's on the same vertical box, right? Come on. What is this 5? Is this is a 5 on the inner part of the box, or is that on the outer part of the other side? Let's make this simple. I don't give a fucking rat's ass about the right vertical area. I want to know about the left side. Okay, it's not going to be the same length. Well, it might be the same length, but it's going to be shorter actual line from the lower horizontal line to the bottom of that upside down, to that vertical piece than what it's going to be on the outer side of it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. We cannot figure out how thick the horizontal box part of it is if you don't give me information I need to work with. Yeah, I already figured it out. And then 9 is the length of the outer vertical. Okay. Now, that same outer vertical, the bottom of it, where it turns the corner and becomes horizontal? Okay, I don't care about that part right now. But the next vertical that goes up from that same little horizontal line, that's what I want to know how long it is. Okay, so it's 11 and, I mean, no, it's, wait, what was the outer? It's at 9 and 5? Okay, so that means the thickness of that horizontal rectangle piece that, like you say, if you're breaking this U shape into three different pieces, you got one horizontal piece and two vertical pieces. Your horizontal piece is 11 wide by 4 deep, or thick, whatever. So what's the area of that piece, Chloe? Okay, good. Now write 44 inside that horizontal box. Sounds about right. Yeah, because yeah, it doesn't matter if the two verticals are different thicknesses or not. We can average them out. So even if like one is like 4 and the other one's 2 or something, we know that the difference is 6 total from the wider horizontal to the narrower horizontal. Okay, so, yeah, so 5 times is okay. So put 15 inside that box. Okay, now let's work to the other vertical box. What are its dimensions? Oh, that's right. We don't need the horizontal part. We just need to know how tall the um, that side of the U is. So it's the same. It's still an area of 15. Good. There's your answer. Now you have an H shape, you said? Like a capital H shape or a horizontal H shape? I mean, a lowercase h shape. Capital, you said? Okay, so both verticals are the same length. Uh, yes, no? Okay. So same thing. We're just working with three different pieces. Well, actually, yeah, we can make it three pieces or we can break it into 5. Obviously, 3 is simpler. I just got through Clarendon, Texas. Um, should be about what 50-ish miles from I-40 now. Let me see. 6 units between the gaps and the H. Okay, let's. Yep, that's what I came up with. Yeah, that's kind of as dumb as saying like, okay, it's route. No, it's route. No, it's route. No, it's route. Okay. All right. All right. I'll talk to you later then. All right. Love you. Bye. All right. I get to take a break from wearing that damn headset now. What's up there, Willie Nelson? I mean, Carl. I mean, Sniper. I am 49 miles out from Amarillo, 21 from Claude. Just shy of 200 miles into the trip so far. Charles, assuming that question is for me, yeah, that was my daughter I was helping with homework there. Actually, my wife and daughter. My wife's not a math expert, I am. So, I'll just have to say back here. He's logical in 3 steps. Basically, we have a blended family. So we have the 3 kids from Dora, with Dora, her previous marriage. They had 3 kids together. They all 3 live with us, and then my 2 kids from my previous marriage live with their mom. That gets even funnier than that, but I won't worry about that detail right now. By Beta, basically the northwest flank of it, I would say, north and northwest flank. Basically, when I was leaving the ship, or the receiver over there in Conroe, I think I was also getting a little bit of rain up in center. Rain was no wind though, or at least I didn't feel any wind. There was wind, it wasn't much. Yeah, the roads were also kind of wet when I was going through the Dallas-Fort Worth area last night, or early this morning, I mean. And then as I started working my way up 287, it started to dry out. great video in Cody's group, you know, Truckers Across the Nation. So yeah, I've had interactions with him on Facebook, but I don't know what I've really had to do with him here on YouTube. The construction zone first, and because I also needed a break from having a damn headset on. It's been on my head for a huge chunk of the time that I've been on the road. Once I get out of the construction zone, yeah, I don't want to talk for too long because I'm tired of having a headset on. But yeah, just let me get out of the construction zone first, and then go ahead and talk. Construction area now. Alright, Carl just finished his day, let's see. Hello. What's up? Hayburn. Cool. That's good. Yeah, and you should be close enough where you can get to your. Well, I don't know. Yeah, probably right by the end of your shift tomorrow, you should be able to reach the receiver. So how far do you have left? Hayburn, that's like a good 200. The Oh yeah, the Flying J there. Yeah, yeah, I've stopped there quite a few times. You're down to half a tank left. And from Hayburn, you should be able to reach that with half the fuel. Well, the question is it actually sucking up fuel, or is it just giving you indications that it is? All right. All right. Well, yeah. But going back to your fuel thing. All right. So you're at exit what right now? Is it somewhere around 200? I know that. 205. Was it? Okay, so 211, we'll just say 210 plus 380. That's 590. And then you said it's another 30 past that to get to your customer. So 620. So you might get there at the end of your shift. You're going to have hills to deal with because we're in Oregon. And from your location to La Grande, you got the 210 plus the 115 into Oregon because it's 378 miles across Oregon, or at least across I-84 in Oregon. So about 115 plus 210, that is 325. Yeah, you should be able to handle 325 miles on the amount of fuel you have. Mm-hmm. Well, that happens. Okay, so you last fueled where, Laramie? Oh yeah, I get that. I get that. That's how I do that. I'm trying to Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the miles though. So 310 plus about 30, that's 340. Plus another 120, that's 460. That got you into Idaho. And then you have another 65 or so from the Idaho Utah line to where you are now. So that's 525 or so miles that you went from Laramie to your current location. So how are you getting 600 miles when you were last I knew you were in Laramie? That's quite a bit less than 600. That's, well, I mean, not a ton less, but it's more like 500 and change. And you started at Petro and Laramie, correct? Yeah, it's not quite adding up. Because 310 across Wyoming, and then from the Wyoming Utah line to Echo Junction, where 80 and 84 meet up, that is about 30 miles. Actually, just a hair less than 30 miles. So we'll just round to three. So 310 plus 30 is 340. I-84 in Utah is 120 miles across. That's 460. And then I think the last mile marker in Idaho is 275. So it means you've done 65 miles in Idaho, which add that to the 460, that's 525. So somehow you got an extra 30 miles in there. You had a detour on 84 or something, or? Oh. Oh. Okay, I know what happened then. And I know a way you could have avoided that, but it is what it is. All right, so what happened was you took 84 to the 86 interchange, and because of that construction they got going on there, they probably had the access to stay on 84 blocked, correct? So they forced you on the eastbound 86, and I know from firsthand experience, making missing my turn at that same interchange before, that it is 14 miles from that interchange to the next exit. So yeah, 14 miles to that exit, and then get off the freeway, go underneath the overpass, and then get back on the westbound side just to get back over to 84. Okay, so it's kind of a oddball route that you can take to avoid all that mess if you go through that again. Actually, it has a bonus that you can avoid the way station there in Idaho by taking this route too. Ask me how. Ask me how I know that. Okay, so I had this happen to me twice at that interchange, and both. All right, so the first time I think it was before I was selling my trainer's truck, and I remembered I saw. Okay, I'm on I-84, and it said I-84 right lane, and this was before they started redoing the interchange. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm already on I-84, so I'll just stay in the right lane. And I wasn't paying attention to the signs. I just kind of got a little target fixation there, whatever, and didn't realize that I was supposed to exit to the right to stay on 84. So next thing I know, I'm in the right lane. I just didn't exit. And then next thing I know, I find myself on an I-86. And I'm like, oh shit, I missed my turn. And of course, by then, like, I didn't have any option but to go to the next exit down, which that's how I found out it was 14 miles away. Story time for story time watching the stream. Gee, he's learned some new interesting stuff. Okay, so that first time around, what I did was I got off the freeway and took the exact same route back to the 84 and 86 interchange that you just took. And then, but then when I got to that interchange, I got back onto the eastbound 84 side instead of staying on 84 west. All right, so next time around they have construction and they completely discombobulated the which side is which, because they did construction and then they had it set up so I think the first time around you would still stay to the right to stay on 84 or something. But then the next time I went through, they flipped it around where you have to be on the left side to stay on 84. I'm like, what the hell? And the signs even said, follow, watch the signs, not your GPS, because apparently very, very common at that interchange. So, I wasn't paying enough attention to the signs, and obviously I don't use GPS. So, but I was just so stuck on routine, what I'm used to there, that I somehow missed the turn to get onto that over. Basically, the interchange that they have closed down right now apparently is the same one that I had to use to stay on 84 when they had that going on. So next thing you know, I missed the turn again, and now hey, guess what? I'm on 86 again. And this time I was pissed, and to make it work, then to add to the funniness of it, there was another JCT right behind me who made the same mistake. And okay, but this time, I'm looking at the map. Actually, my GPS or my Google Maps or whatever was trying to tell me to turn right onto some other street, I mean, so when I got off the freeway there at the first exit, instead of turning around going back, I got heading back to the west on 86. It told me to go right and follow this road down to some other road, and then take that road down to some other road, and whatever. And I think there were like two or three, something like that, two, three, four turns, something like that I had to make. And next thing I know, I was getting back on I-84 at Idaho Road, which is just a little bit east of where the way station is. All I was trying to do is take a shorter route back to 84 instead of having a detour 14 miles back to the interchange and then another, whatever miles back to where I should have been. So, yeah, I ended up just going down that way. And some of it was dirt road too, but it was really hard packed dirt road. And then almost everybody who was on the road was other trucks working, doing shit with the farms that were there. So I'm like, all right, well, this is all truck traffic except for occasional four-wheeler around here, but mostly, you know, truck. And I really missed the way. Huh. This dirt, are you talking about when you're in curves? Yep. Yeah, I, I get that part, but where are you getting caught up, almost caught up in dirt? You're talking about in the curve that goes from 84 to 86 East, right? Okay, so I've been through that interchange many times. I know how it's set up. But with the construction, it's like, how in the hell is your trailer hitting anything unless you're in a turn? All right, well, that sounds like fun. Idiot. Yep. Yep. I've gotten to the point where if someone does that to me and they won't stay off my ass, if I'm in a one lane area like that, I'll freaking stop my truck, hit the parking brakes, and I'll get out and tell them, "You get your fucking ass off me, or we can sit here and wait for the cops to show up." Then I'll show them my dash cam video if you tailgate me. Your choice. If you want to drive like a freaking idiot, keep doing it. But I don't feel like being in an accident because you're a dumbass. So if you want to sit here a lot longer, then keep doing what you're doing. Because if I catch you on my ass again, then I'm gonna stop and keep the entire freeway shut down until the cops show up. I don't blame you. What a pain. This guy needs his ass kicked. I'm gonna pass this pickup, and then he decides when he's right door to door with me that he's gonna speed up. People like that need their butts kicked. Yeah, not like he just got on the freeway. He was already, I mean, the highway here, he was already on it. Uh, so down for 10, and then you got like about, what, 625 to go? All right. I don't blame you. That's a load from hell. Hmm. The help you want, the help you want to what? I'm, 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 a, I'm confused. There changes inside and outside the trailer? Okay, so ultimately, it's still gonna. Okay, so you can fill your trailer leaning right more than normal in the corners. Okay, so that's still going to be ultimately your responsibility. Either you park and wait for someone to fix it, or you drive it and go extra slow in any kind of a. You said it was a right curve or left curve. If the shifted freight is on the right side of the trailer, it'll be affecting you when you're making left curves and turns, not right. It should be more. Yeah, it should be more of a problem on lefts, not right. Yeah, but not condition, correct? Yeah, personally, I would just roll with it, and then just whenever you have curves, go slower than you normally would. Especially if that's a higher stacked load, like a double stack load or something that's like 8 feet tall. Yeah, just go extra slow if you have to. Put your four ways on or something so people know, hey, I got a problem here, and be extra cautious on the curves. Yeah, if that's what it's going to take for you to get it there safely, that's what you got to do. I mean, it's securely inside your trailer. It's just your trailer's unstable, which is yeah, at least that's what your impression is, and it's good that you're recognizing that potential problem. And I say just get the load delivered and do it in whatever manner you have to do it safely. What is with these freaking attention-seeking idiots? All right, getting on to I-40 east side of Amarillo. Yeah, same here. I'll be coming right back over here. Actually, my exit for my next shipper is two exits. I think it's two exits behind me. For my reload. I'm gonna do 34-hour reset before I pick it up. Because I can't get over there till I can't get back over here until the 24th, regardless. So I'm like, well, the soonest I can get here is the 24th anyway, because my hours and shit. I'll just do a 34. Okay. All right, you letting me over? Yeah, that's pretty common with Omegas. If you take more than 4 days off, then yeah, because they want the truck in use, so they'll If you take more than 4 days, they'll have another driver come out and start using it, and then when you're ready to come back off your time off, they'll get you in a different truck. Is how it usually works. Cedar England does the same thing, and they have the same rule: 4 days. Anything more, they're going to have someone come get the truck, and then you have to wait for someone to come pick you back up, or to somehow get a ride back to a terminal to get a different truck. Yeah. Okay, so I want to add on to that discussion here because you've talked about possibly coming to JCT once you have the requisite experience, and it's good information for anybody watching too who might have might possibly come to us as well. When you're a company driver, it's not such a big deal in that situation where if you take too much time off, as long as you're not gone for so long, they don't like. If you're off for so long, they can actually auto terminate you. Where the computer system, if you're not in regular contact with dispatch or whatever, the system will automatically terminate you. It's not a bad thing. It's just saying if you don't have regular contact with your people and you're down for that long, then it's kind of like abandoning the job, and like, hey, you must not want to drive for us anymore and don't want to communicate with us. So the computer just automatically is designed to terminate. It's not someone even physically doing it. It's just the computer automatically does it. And okay, but now with company drivers, like I say, megas, it usually works that way where you take more than 4 days off. Exactly, that happens. They don't get rid of you until until maybe you're 14, 15 days off or something like that without any contact. I think England, I want to say it's like 14 days with no contact. That's when the system will auto terminate. Come on, dude, find your gas pedal. Um, okay, now with a lease contract like what I'm in, a bit different situation there. First, they figure out, well, why are you down for that long? Like when I was down for 12 days not too long ago, it was only because my truck was in the shop. Now I could have went to a loaner truck, but then it's hey, how long is my truck even going to be in the shop? I had no reason to believe it was going to be in the shop for more than even a week, if let alone a week and a half. And and I'm in a lease contract for this specific truck. So as long as I'm in this contract, then only I drive this truck. But now, if you have, let's just say you have a habit of not making the company much money, like say you don't run that many miles and maybe you dawdle too much or you don't want to run too hard, and then when you take too much time off and ultimately the company can't pull any profits out of your truck because it's parked more than it's not, then they actually can terminate you just for that. They can terminate your contract and say, bye-bye, you're not driving for us anymore. There's somebody I know where that actually happened, where they were actually a team truck. Now, and they were driving more like a solo operation. So like the husband was the lead driver, and then he was training the wife, and then they would just kind of take turns driving, I guess. I remember they even posted on their Facebook, their brand new truck had hit 100,000 miles on it 8 months into their contract with that truck. I remember I'd ask them, well, don't you guys are solo or team truck, aren't you? So I'm doing the math, and of course, it doesn't take much at all for me to figure out. You took 8 months to put a you put you took 8 months to put the same kind of miles on the truck as a team as I put on single-handedly. And it's like it was a head scratcher. I'm like I don't know, maybe that's just what works for them. I'm not gonna knock them if that's what works for them and they're happy. Then that's not my problem. That's their business, and I don't need to criticize the way they run their business. If it works for them, that's fine. But problem is, whose name is on the side of that truck? Did it say? Does it say this husband and wife's name or their company, their own LLC name, or does it say John Christner Trucking on it? Okay, we'll treat that as a rhetorical since you're not answering. Because, all right, well, it can be rhetorical because it's obviously it has an obvious answer to it. All right, so obviously the truck has John Christner Trucking's name on it, not their name. So, whose best interest should that truck be operated for? The people driving the truck or the person whose name is on the side of the truck? Exactly, exactly. So, if you run the truck in a manner in which your interests run uh, contradictory to what the interests of the company or the person whose name is on the side of the truck is, don't plan on lasting that long. You won't, because this same couple, they didn't have any. I don't think they had any accidents or anything like that, but they just weren't making any money. All right, I think because them being a team truck, they complicated the situation a lot because JCT relies on team trucks to help keep either loads running on time, if any are running late, or sometimes to help get people home. So they rely on team trucks to do swaps a lot, and a lot of times you end up swapping for loads that are, if you're a team truck, you swap for loads that are running behind and require a team to get delivered on time. Ah, shit. Two left. I think I said two left lanes closed half a mile. All right, so I'm coming back over to this lane I was just in. All right, so long story short, this couple basically had their lease contract terminated because, what's that noise? Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, they basically had their lease contract terminated, and they didn't have an opportunity to correct the problem that they didn't know existed. They didn't know that they were causing problems for anybody in Sapulpa. So as far as they were concerned, there was nothing wrong with it. You better. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not slowing my ass down for on ramp traffic. Yeah. Hmm. who have a lot more experience. We have about 800 trucks, and we have over 500 drivers who've been with the company at least a year, if not longer. All right, so I mean, demographically, as far as experience is concerned, we're a vastly different company than Western Express. That said, we do have a good number of drivers here with that kind of time with the company who have been. Is this guy getting on the freeway here? I think he is. Um, who do run hard like that, time in and time out. Like I run that way. I mean, I go on a typical shift when I'm not getting slowed down by shipper or receiver dock time or whatever, or waiting on appointment times. Yeah, I'll typically run about 650, 660 miles per shift. And if I was in a 65-mile-an-hour truck like yours, I would be planning on running about 605 per shift. And I'm not burnt out. I run that kind of miles when I can. If I don't feel like I can run that many miles, or maybe I'm just not quite feeling it, then I look at, all right, when is the load due, and then do I have time to work with to maybe kick back a little bit, maybe take a little nap or something along the line, or somewhere like take more than a 30-minute break, or or even maybe even taking an extra 10-hour break somewhere if I have to, if that's what I think will benefit me more in the long run. So yeah, running. Yeah, I think he's getting a little too worried. I think he's getting the false impression that you running that way is going to cause that you're going to cause yourself to burn out when you won't necessarily. Was this was this the day you ran from Nebraska City to Cheyenne? Oh yeah, you're okay. You have a whole bunch of flat road there on I-80 in Nebraska. What's the problem? It's like, so what? It's exactly like you said. Some days you can run 11 a whole run out your entire 11-hour clock and then like, man, I still feel good. I could go another 100, 200 miles and not have a problem if my clock if I were allowed to. And then there are going to be days where you can barely even do half your shift, but God, I just can't get enough rest. And I need to get off the road, or I don't even feel like driving more than 400 or 500 miles or something that day when I could have otherwise done 600 plus. It happens. Let the driver control that. You don't. I mean, like, hey, you let me worry about what I can and can't do every day. As long as you worry about, can I get the load delivered on time, which obviously a moot point now. I mean, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, well, but it's also learning where, because you've not had those kind of experiences with your trailers and your equipment and whatever kind of stuff, and on top of it, a brand new truck that you've never been in before this load. So that further complicates. Well, great. Now, is there something wrong with your truck, or is there something wrong with your trailer? And you naturally have reason to be concerned about safety of your equipment or being put out of service or something along that line. Yeah, it's when you get experience and a better understanding of the equipment, you'll have a better understanding of what you can go ahead and keep rolling with, and or how to deal with it until you can get to a shop when it's a more convenient time versus, hey, I need to get to a shop. Like for me, um, an ABS light on my dash, but not on the side of my trailer. Sorry, I'm not stopping my load for anything for that. I can point out that, maybe when I drop it or something, or if I have convenient time, like maybe on a 10-hour break or something, that if I can get it looked at without holding up my load, okay, go ahead and take a look. See if can you guys find something. If you can't, no big deal. I'm just gonna keep rolling. And yeah, not yeah, yeah, and collectively, the things I've heard from you and what little I've heard Eric Wildman tell me, it sounds like the breakdown area is a constant source of problems for you guys. Okay, yeah, and then every company is going to have its good and bad areas, and areas that are constant sources of frustration. So yeah, it just so happens to be the breakdown issues there are apparently the biggest headache area for you guys. Because every time I've heard you have a maintenance delay, you always have problems with either your breakdown people not approving work that needs to get done, or holding you up for a long time before they actually approve it. Yeah, well, and it's natural they're going to want to do that, but then hearing that now, your perception versus what's reality, I don't know. I mean, they could be exactly the same, or there could be a little bit of a difference there, or it could be a huge difference between what appears to be a lot of trucks needing maintenance versus a lot of trucks that just cosmetically have problems, but can they still run? And do they really need to get looked at? So that's what I'm getting at here is, are there a lot of requests for breakdown stuff that is overwhelming what staff there is available to handle the breakdown stuff? Um, and I don't think you're qualified to answer that question more than anybody. Doesn't, and I'm not going to solicit you to give some speculative answer on that. It's just saying it's a different perspective on that. Because you could be absolutely right. You could be 100% correct that it's or maybe the impression that I kind of got from that, maybe they're overwhelmed in the breakdown department and don't have enough people in the office and that in that office to handle that part of the operations. But I mean, especially when you're sitting there waiting for several hours every single time you put your truck in the shop for or trailer in the shop for anything at all. It's like, seriously, what the hell's wrong with this place? I mean, it's constant. So either you got people there who don't want to do their jobs, or you have people who cannot keep up with the number of trucks that are needing maintenance work on. Oh my God. Okay, so then that gives me the impression that now the the excessively frugal nature of the owner of the company is probably costing him a chance to make revenues that could more than offset the increased cost that might come from hiring the staff or making whatever corrections need to be made. Because if you have trucks sitting that could otherwise be rolling and making profit or making revenue for them, um, hey, it's there's that game of give and take. Yeah, you can trim costs, but what's it costing you in revenue potential? Where hey, you can spend an extra, let's just say $30,000 or something, or oh no, like say $50,000 on an extra breakdown tech and getting the computers, their diagnostic things fixed in a year, and it generates 100,000 in profit. Then hey, $50,000 in extra cost is that's just cost of doing business. You're still going to increase your overall your bottom line by $50,000 then. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's good that you want to try to get the problems dealt with that should not exist, but when it's costing you income by sitting so much when you shouldn't be having to sit that long and dealing with maintenance well, breakdown department that works against you so much, I can't say I blame you. I'd like, no, I'm gonna keep the okay. When I worked on aircraft, we called these hip pocket write-offs. And what I mean, yeah, because we had different types of inspections that we do on airplanes. Sometimes we'd have certain inspections we do every day. A little more like the stuff that's likely to more often going to have a problem. And then you might have other inspections that we don't do quite as often, like maybe once every week or something, or another type that's only once every 4 or 6 months, and then another that could be like every year or so, and then another like really extensive one every like 4 or 5 years that goes like to another facility and gets completely torn apart. Um, Hip pocket write up is something where we know that it's a problem on the flight line. Now the airplane's flying, it has this or that problem. We know about it, but it's not going in the forms. Yeah, we're aware of it, and we know it needs to get looked at. But it's one of those, hey, we don't need to dirty up our forms trying to get little nitnoid pissant maintenance issues dealt with right now when I can go ahead and wait till the aircraft goes into its scheduled inspection phase, which is, depends on the aircraft. Sometimes, like I said, it could be 4 to 6 months or it could be a year. But yeah, when it goes into that scheduled inspection phase and it's going to be in that hangar for a few weeks or something, then all right, I'm gonna go ahead and start bombing my forms with these little bullshit write-ups that I want to get fixed while it's in inspection, and then I can go ahead and dirty up the forms, take care of all these little nitnoid write-ups, and hopefully be um, have a clean set of a cleaner set of forms to work with when it's time to fly the airplane again. Yeah. Okay, so for me, because now you guys have the VIR form thing that you fill out, right, on your Qualcomm? Okay, so for me personally, I usually never fill those out unless I have a problem that I want to report. And but then when I'm actually ready to get work, then I go down at the shop. Let's just say I have a particular trailer and I see that there's a certain problem on it. Maybe I can't get the problem with on the trailer fixed myself, but I want to make sure maintenance knows about it. I'll go ahead and do a VIR and then report that I found this problem with this trailer. And yeah, don't report it as a breakdown, and just keep the trailer moving. And then if you lose, if say if you lose the trailer to a drop and hook delivery or something or pickup, all right, well, so be it. Maintenance or breakdown. People already know that this trailer has this problem, so next time that trailer gets to a terminal, they can look at it. Okay, so something you can add to that. Learn the out of service criteria. If it's not an out of service eligible issue, don't stop your load. You can report it. Hey, this tire has this problem or whatever, or well, but it's not DOT. Or well, I wouldn't even report a tire problem that's not DOT. If it's like right now, I got a cut in my right steer tire. You know how often I've had people like actually notice it either from the truck next to me or when they're walking to or from their truck that's parked next to me, or just the other day when or a couple weeks ago, whatever, when I picked up in Colton or was delivering there, whatever it was. I was getting ready to make the left turn onto Aguamansa Avenue from Riverside Avenue, and there was a trucker in the next lane over, and we're just sitting there at the red light. Guess what? He happens to see the cut on my on my tire. So he's looking at it, and I can see it. He's like staring down there and all that. So I'm looking over at him, and then he's like telling me, pointing down there, and So I rolled down my window. Yeah, you're telling me about the cut on my steer tire, right? Like, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's not DOT. It's because what the criteria is, you can have cuts in that part of the tire as long as they don't expose or go through the steel material. If the steel material is even exposed at all, it's no good. But you can't see the steel material, so. And I've been driving on that same tire for several months without any problem. And it's not DOT. I'm not going to worry about it. It really pays. Look at read through the out of service criteria if you're ever concerned about something. Can I find this particular problem in the criteria? Maintenance problem that you might or might not want to have looked at. Generally speaking, will it put you out of service? If so, yes. Then go ahead and get to a shop and get it dealt with. If it looks like something that is kind of questionable, or like maybe I'm not really convinced that this is out of service based on what I'm reading, then just run it. Don't say anything about it. Just deal with it and move the load. So I've seen so many times, even people here, and like with people who some. And yeah, we got a decent number of drivers who like to, I guess, Facebook shame other drivers for not fixing this or that problem with the trailer that they acquire. Whether they get it from a swap or they get it from a drop yard or from a certain drop and hook customer or something. Yeah, I see it all the time. Oh yeah, I had to change such and such airbags, or I had to change 3 or 4 tires on this trailer because some driver didn't take care of it. All right, well, first of all, we have contractors that pull our trailers as well, non-JCT drivers, as in people who have their own truck and their own authority, and they run logistics loads with our trailers. So it could be one of those guys, and they do have that. I don't give a shit about your guys' trailers, and there's nothing that can be done about them. They don't have allegiance to us. And then you got other drivers who might not be so well trained, or they could be lazy, doesn't matter, whatever the case might be. They might not catch stuff that really is a problem. And then there are other cases where maybe the other driver knows that something exists, but they deem it to not be concerning enough to stop the truck, stop their load to fix. And then the next driver picks up that trailer. In their perception, it's a problem that needs to be fixed that may or may not actually need to be dealt with. Yeah. Ah, shit. Right lane's closed. I don't think this pickup with the travel trailer knows it, though. Uh, Let him go by before I move over. Yeah, see, like that issue, like the ABS light issue, I would have looked up on the out of service criteria at most. But honestly, how is a DOT officer going to know that your ABS light's flickering? They aren't. Unless the one on the side of the trailer is on. Now that one you can't hide because they see that light on the side of the trailer. Then it's an automatic. Hey, I think that's an automatic out of service, and that has to be dealt with. But and even then, sometimes they'll see them come on momentarily, but then turn back off. If it comes on momentarily, it turns back off mainly because me applying the brakes or something, then I'm not worried about that. And I've also had times where I had trailers, at least with Sierra England. I don't think I've had any. No, I haven't had any since I've been with JCT. Maybe it's because I drive a manual and not a stupid automatic. I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying I've never had this problem in my truck, but I have had it in England trucks, where I'll get the ABS light on the dash. The ABS light on the side of the trailer will also come on, just seemingly for no apparent reason, and it'll stay on. And most of the time, I find I can just park my truck for even just a couple minutes, shut it off, and basically reset the system. It's basically like rebooting a computer. Reboot the system, and hey, voila, it works. And actually, I think when I figured out why that happened all the time on the England trucks or trailers, more so the trailers, particularly when pulling an empty trailer. Basically, if your tandems bounce, let's just say they hit a bump or something and bounce. If let's just say the front axle is still spinning, but the other one, like if it spins at a rate that's excessively different from the other axle, or something, or one corner does it, then the computer thinks there's there's a skid problem, and and that's where that can get triggered. It's basically a false positive. So in those cases, yeah, you can just get off the road, park your truck for a couple minutes, reboot the system, restart the truck, and then back up. And once you're back up and running, the light will probably be off. That was actually good here. What's up? Yeah, and actually, with this, with the fact that I'm seeing and I can watch who learns, it's actually really good information for a lot of people because not just you, but there are a lot. I'm sure there are other people um, who either are new to trucking but never talk on the channel, or or maybe they want to be a trucker or are new truckers and don't know a lot. And these little nuggets of information can help out hugely. Uh, yeah, I mean, I'm not the most experienced guy in the world, but I've picked up a good number of things here and there, whether it be from asking other drivers, you're not even necessarily asking them, but just listening to them. That's where you can learn the most. Just listen or watch. How does one driver do this? How does one driver do that? And then piece together, oh, which way do I like more and why? This is, you said a tractor tire? Yeah. Well, I was just about to ask you about that. It sounds like you're having like a tire spinning when it's not supposed to, and maybe using your inner axle diff lock will fix it. Um, they're drive tires. Don't call them tandems, because if you say tandems, I'm gonna automatically think you're talking about the trailer tires. All right. All right. So when you're backing up that trailer and you have your steering wheel all the way to the max limit, your drive tires spin, or at least one of them. Yeah, because it's not getting good traction on the ground while the other one is. And normally, only I think the number two axle is the one that drives the truck. And when you have the inner axle diff locked, then it'll go ahead and it'll power all the wheels and not just the front axles or front wheels. Okay, now on that subject though, word of wisdom: do not lock the axle diff while the tires are actively spinning. Make sure you're stopped, or yeah, you can engage it while you're moving the truck, but don't do it when you're in a skid or a spin of some sort. So like right now, like if I'm just driving down the interstate, nothing going on, I can go ahead and flick mine. Now mine won't. My truck, it doesn't. Yeah, it's automatically disabled unless I'm going below 35 miles an hour. But like in a Freightliner, usually you can run it at your governed speed and flip it, and it'll still work. Yeah, and I just say don't flip the switch to the lock position if you're actively in a spin, like a skid situation. Like say if you're slipping on ice, that's usually the situation where you're trying to avoid. Now by or um, especially when you're maneuvering on a dirt surface, where there's like potholes or whatever else, or or transitioning from dirt to concrete or whatever. These are all examples of places where you can encounter tire spins, and like, "Hey, how come I can't move?" Actually, even on concrete and asphalt, I had one particular shipper in Vernon, California, that I went to. I remembered I was out just trying to turn into their driveway from Bandini Road, and I noticed that I was like, "Why am I spinning?" I was having a hard time getting into their lot, and it's just because the angle that I was coming into the driveway at. And I think the trailer also trying to keep my truck, with the trailer locked into the fifth wheel, trying to basically keep my left drive tires up off the ground. So I had to stop and engage my inner axle diff, and then go ahead and come back into the driveway, and then I was able to get in. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Yeah, I think they're good trucks overall. I don't like the direction, obviously, they're going with safety shit and transmission stuff, but overall, I do like Freightliners. They're actually a very driver-friendly truck as far, like, especially if you're not a very experienced driver. But they're ergonomically well set up too. Now, with like the compartments and all that, are it's like, okay, I got a Freightliner. I can put my motor vehicle carrier Atlas in one of those overhead compartments there, above your windshield. This truck here, no, I can't do that. There's not enough room in any of the compartments up there. I have to store it in the back, either in the back or behind my chair or somewhere else. Yeah, and then the overall layout in the sleeper area also, I like them. So, all right, and here's something else. From going from driving a Freightliner to a Peterbilt, I noticed Freightliners, because the driver section, the front cab area is about the same width as the sleeper area. So what happens is it's a lot easier for you to see. Like if you look over your shoulder, it's a lot easier for you to see what's going on over there. Like ergo your trailer, like when you're doing backings and you're looking out the window. The side of your trailer, especially if you're not as tall as I am. Now, but even for me, I didn't have to even stick my head out the window to be able to see what the trailer was doing. I mean, I could lean forward a little bit or whatever, not even really lean forward that much. I just put my head near the window, or where the window would be, because I always back with the windows down. Um, had a much easier time seeing the side of the trailer as I would do backings. And then my first time doing a backing in this truck, because now my cab area is not as wide as the sleeper area. It's narrower. It's not a lot. It's not like let's just say the long nose trucks that are even more narrow, but it's still more narrow. And because of that setup, I have a harder time seeing the corner of my trailer when I'm set up to back in some situations. If I'm in a regular 45-45 type of setup, then that's fine. But if I'm doing a basically a 45-45 style setup in a tighter lane, where I can't off track my trailer as much. I can't see my trailer. I have to actually stick my head out the window in order to see where exactly my trailer's at and where I think it's going to track to. So that's one thing I noticed was different. And then I think also into the always be either drifting into the shoulder, and then staying on the shoulder basically, or when I go through curves, how they teach you stay on the high side of the curve. Okay, well they would stay on the high side of the curve in left curves, but when it'd be a right curve, they'd dive into the curve. I'm like, and then several of them, I would have to tell, hey, look, you're interfering with someone who's back there trying to pass you in some situations, and someone's afraid to even go by you because they think you're going to run into them. Like, get in your own lane. And I'd have to teach them where to line the hood mirror up with the lane stripe on the driver's side to try to figure out where the middle of the lane was. That, and I tell them, you need to be looking in both your left and right mirrors. If you don't see the same amount of gap between the left side of your trailer and the lines there, on the right side of your trailer and the lines there, you're not in the center of the lane. Look in your mirrors. And it would usually take about a week or so of breaking that habit. before they would, you know, have more of a tendency to stay in the middle of the lane. Well, I figured out why they have that problem is because they're so used to being in a car where their body is typically a certain distance away from the line on the driver's side. So, because I would ask them, why do you keep driving on the right side of the lane? Why do you keep, you hear that lane alert thing constantly going off. It's an indication that you're not driving in the center of the lane. Why are you not figuring this out? And I would figure out that most of the time they said they would do that because they felt like they were they were encroaching into the lane to the left of them if they drove where I wanted them to be driving. So, and I'd have to tell them, no, you're in a truck, not a car, and you don't hear the lane alert going off on that side. And if you're looking in your mirrors on both sides, you'll see that you're in the middle of the lane. Your body might feel like you're right on top of the line at times, but you're not. And I figured out, I think it's because the way you sit in a car, the center of the lane, your body normally is a certain distance away from the line. Then when you get in a Freightliner, you're in this wider truck, and on top of that, the cab area is closer to the lane naturally, that you feel like you're too close to the line because of what you're naturally used to. This is how I figured it out when I first got in this truck that I'm in now, and it's more narrow. I would put my body where I was used to having it when I was in the Freightliner. And then I kept constantly realizing, why do I keep hitting the left line? And then I figured out that it was hey, I'm driving like I'm in a Freightliner, not driving like I'm in a Peterbilt, and driving like I'm not paying enough attention on mirrors to get a better feel for where the true center of the lane is at. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how differently they feel, don't they? Isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's a possibility because remember when you came over to my place and you parallel parked and I jumped the truck and about like enough to if you're paying attention to how much you're turning that steering wheel, you should know how far you are from center based on that. And remember, we went from center to each turn limit on that truck. You remember how far you turned it? How much? Oh, no, no, no. Let me rephrase this because I don't think you understood that question correctly. How far did you have to turn it to go from center to each max stop? Yeah, I think it was like maybe closer to 1 3/4. So yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, 1.5. I mean, it was more than 1.5, but less than 2. And yeah, we would say about 1 3/4 in both directions to get to the stops. Correct? Okay. Now, typically, you're gonna put a good turn, sometimes a little bit, and that's something you can go. Let's just say 2 full turns in each direction, and yes, the Volvo would have more rapid steering response to your inputs. Yeah, or your setup should still be the same. It's just reacting differently. Like making this make maybe small adjustments, like in how fast or how much you turn the steering wheel for the setups. But the tractor, it can be 100 feet long. If the trailer is, has the same kingpin to rear axle dimension, and it's off track by the same amount, the trailer is going to do the exact same thing, no matter how long the tractor is that's on it. The difference is how quickly can the tractor react to it when you're trying to control when you have the amount of input or the rotation you want out of it and want to keep it there. Now, some trucks will be slower to respond, or some will have less room to work with, or something. But yeah, it's like a truck with a longer wheelbase is going to have a harder time responding to. Let's say if you let the trailer off track too much and rotate too fast, it's harder to correct that problem without having to pull forward. You can't adjust so easily. It's kind of like when you push back a 53-foot trailer versus pushing back a pup trailer. You push back a pup trailer and it gets a little too far away from you, you're never going to catch it. And then your only option is to pull forward in the opposite direction to give you a chance to catch it. All right, now on the stream, Jesse Wyatt is saying that he had a breakdown. I want to hear this detail. I want to know if that piece of shit auto shift had something to do with it, or if it's something else. So you have no idea how often I hear about problems with trucks that are attributable specifically to the auto shift or the computer. It happens a lot. You hear people, I hear people who barely have like 300,000 miles on their auto shift trucks having to get their clutch replaced or getting a transmission replaced. I wonder why. Stop letting a stupid computer do the work for you, and you do it yourself and do it the right way, and you won't have that problem. All right, Jesse, I got to give you shit. All right. You know how much I love Auto Chef. And he's always giving me shit about, he keeps giving me shit about when am I going to switch to Auto Chef. So now I get to, yeah, Jesse, I said, I got to figure and problems with the air conditioning system in their other truck that they had. And it got to the point where they just decided to call it a lemon truck for now. and then we'll see if we can figure out what's going on with this other truck that you were in, and yeah, if we can, if it comes down to it, we'll give it back to the dealer as a lemon, and then put you in a brand new truck, and then convert your. They told them whatever the money you. No, they made good on their promise. Yeah, so let's just say they paid like $60,000 into the other truck. When it got declared a lemon, and they gave it back to Freightliner. That 60,000 they paid into that truck got transferred over to the new truck. Yeah, so don't say that. I mean, the people like to say that JCT does not take care of their drivers. Yeah, term. So versus you got people like Jesse and Diane who run hard and do a lot of favors for want to have around. So look what happened. They hooked them up. Yeah. Oh no, I'm trying to double check my Mexico-Texas border, and only about another 5 miles past that to where the truck stops at. I'm gonna stop and do my 30 at. So I'm trying to add up the mile drive, add in my, let's see, 19, it's 20. Yeah, so yeah, it still sounded like somewhere around midnight-ish is when I'll be there, which is right exactly when the time that I do want to be there. Yeah, yeah. It's my appointment time is 1 a.m. and typically in reefer freight, you usually want to show up about an hour before the appointment. At a lot of places. Checked in at the shipping up at the shipping or receiving office, not at the guard shack. It, not in one respect, trying to even get to the guard shack and through a line of trucks, or once you're in the yard, sometimes you have to wait for other trucks to dock into their doors before you can even get to your door to dock in. And so sometimes you need that whole hour to, or the office. And then on top of that, you can be waiting in line behind other people in the office before they get to you. So there's that whole dynamic. So yeah, general rule of thumb. There are certain other ones you can show up later. Some of them will take you even earlier. Some of them won't take you more than an hour before. Some of them, like, a lot of Costco's. Costco is like the gold standard to me as far as food service places, or like grocery kind of whatever, because you can show up there and when happen until you're whatever that'll go off, and then you go to the door, and a lot of times for green light and go ahead and leave the door, exit by this lane or that lane, whatever, and then basically give the beeper back, and they give you like the sticker thing, whatever, and off you go. It's really super efficient. Yeah. So little things to look forward to if you do decide that you're going to come to us when you have your experience. Either. I just crossed it into. I'm not 10-hour break, man. Relax. Get your. I'm not gonna bother you. Okay. That's how I am. I don't like. Yeah, as I already mentioned before, I don't like doing moving my wheels. I'm not gonna bother you while you're trying to take your 10-hour break. All right, man. We'll talk to you later. All right. Alright, got my exit coming up. I actually still have enough to work with. Yeah, I have enough clock to work with to get to Moriarty if I wanted to. Yeah, as far as Moriarty, but the time that it is right now, the further I get, the more to pick for parking. And I like coming here. And I need to get more bread and deli meat kind of stuff. And they have a good number of like general grocery kind of stuff here. That it's not a huge place, but they have a lot more here than the average truck stop. And it's almost never full. Especially at this hour, it's a little bit after 8:30 Central Time, but New Mexico is Mountain Time, so really it's only 7:30. This last row here actually does look pretty full. No, I think I see spots open over there. We're back to Cedar England, so. Let's see if we got any in this row here. Yeah, there's a spot next to that bull hauler there. I see a JCT next to that bull hauler. I'll be by my lonesome. I didn't quite get my 10s where I wanted them. I can work with it though. Watch my drive tires there now. I'll line my steers up. Yeah. Got to make sure my dash cam was recording on the, or saving on the main unit. I got the interior one recording, so I'll have that part of this footage. As you guys know, I like to have that for people who like to try to learn backing skills. You see which way I'm looking and kind of try to figure out why I'm looking in one direction or another when you're watching. The left, and that was mainly because my trailer was off tracking already. So I was like, all right, no problem. I'll just get it kind of close and then just compensate by finishing my setup with my intentionally pointing the trailer off to the up ahead and to the left instead of straight front and back. I had to tow the truck into the work driveway. Got to see a truck get towed and a ticket written today. Huh. God, what did I get towed for? Was it blocking a roadway or driveway or something, or broken down, or say if it's if a ticket got written, I would think it's mainly maybe they either were broke down and didn't have their triangles out like they were supposed to, or they were just being a lazy asshole or something. Got stuck. on DOT, we usually write a ticket for a broken down truck. Like I said, as long as you got your triangles out like you're supposed to, hey, my truck broke down here, I can't do anything, then they're not. I don't think they're going to ticket you over that. So it sounds to me like if they gave a ticket, the driver did something stupid or was intentionally being an asshole and deserved the ticket. The case can turn into another driveway. Okay, so you're saying he got stuck, like maybe the tandems went into like a ditch or something, and then wedged onto his drive tires, or he couldn't move the truck anymore? Maybe like a driver-caused incident? That's the impression I'm getting. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about there. Now, this thing's already done recording. It's only been a few minutes, so I'm pretty sure it got all of the footage that I wanted. Didn't make enough of a hard turn out, and the tractor got stuck in mud. So there you go. Yeah, it's driver caused then. Okay, I'm gonna have to be kind of punctual on this. I'm gonna run in and do what I got to do. To buy a few things here. That this is the greatest place to get it at as a trucker along this route. Outside of going to Walmart, which off route. Anyway, I'm gonna go offline. I'll be back online for those of you guys who still want to hang out and watch. Look like there's at least a dozen on here, so yeah.